Welcome, Guardian of the Night, to the Chronicles of Devotion Incarnate, where loyalty transcends mere service and becomes the very foundation upon which legends are built. Tonight, we shall explore the complete saga of Alfred Thaddeus Crane Pennyworth, the man whose quiet strength has anchored the Dark Knight through decades of crusades against the shadows of Gotham. From the fog-shrouded streets of London to the hidden depths of the Batcave, let these tales of unwavering dedication carry you into peaceful slumber as we trace every thread of faithfulness that has sustained the Batman. Close your eyes, seeker of dreams, and let this story of ultimate service unfold, like the turning of ancient pages, written in starlight and sacrifice. In the misty corridors of history, where tradition flows like ancient rivers, through the halls of manor houses and the chambers of nobility, there exists a lineage whose very name has become synonymous with service elevated to the level of art. The Pennyworth family did not simply work for the great houses of England. They became the invisible architecture upon which entire dynasties were built. The steady hands that guided power through its most perilous moments. The quiet voices that spoke wisdom when the world grew too loud for reason to be heard clearly. The origins of this extraordinary family tradition stretch back through centuries of English history, reaching into periods when the relationship between servant and master was understood as a sacred covenant rather than mere economic transaction. The earliest Pennyworths, as their name was then spelled, emerged from the ranks of minor gentry who had lost their lands but retained their honor, choosing service over destitution while maintaining the dignity and education that set them apart from common domestics. These ancestral Pennyworths possessed qualities that made them invaluable to the families they served. Unshakable discretion that guarded secrets more carefully than any vault, intelligence that could anticipate needs before they were expressed, and most critically, a form of loyalty that transcended personal interest to become something approaching religious devotion. They understood that true service was not subservience, but rather the conscious choice to dedicate one's considerable abilities to ensuring that others could achieve their highest potential. The family's reputation grew through generations of exemplary service, each Pennyworth building upon the legacy left by their predecessors while adding their own unique contributions to the tradition. They served cabinet ministers who shaped the course of empire, military commanders who led armies across continents, and industrial pioneers who transformed the very fabric of society. Yet regardless of the prominence or power of their employers, the Pennyworths maintained the same standard of excellence, the same commitment to dignity, the same understanding that their role was to be the foundation upon which greatness could be constructed. The code of honor that governed Pennyworth behavior was never written down in any formal document, yet it was transmitted with perfect fidelity from father to son, mother to daughter, through example and instruction that began in earliest childhood. This code emphasized that service was not diminishment but elevation, that protecting others was the highest calling any person could embrace, that silence in the face of secrets was not mere discretion but sacred trust, and that personal sacrifice in service of others' well-being was the truest expression of nobility that human nature could achieve. The Pennyworth children learned from infancy that they were inheritors of something precious and rare, carriers of traditions that connected them to centuries of honorable ancestors who had shaped history through their quiet dedication. They were taught that their family name carried weight in certain circles, that a Pennyworth's word was considered absolute truth, that their recommendation could open doors, and their disapproval could close them permanently. Yet with this heritage came responsibilities that would have crushed lesser spirits. Each generation of Pennyworths understood that they were not merely employees but guardians, that they held the personal lives and professional secrets of some of the most powerful people in the world, that their discretion could mean the difference between political triumph and catastrophic failure, between family honor and public disgrace. The psychological pressure of carrying such knowledge while maintaining perfect loyalty required strength of character that could not be taught but had to be cultivated through years of careful moral development. The Pennyworth family served the Wayne lineage for nearly 2 centuries before Alfred's birth, creating bonds that transcended the typical master-servant relationship to become something approaching kinship. The Waynes, for their part, understood that the Pennyworths were not mere employees but essential partners in maintaining the family's position and purpose. They entrusted the Pennyworths not only with the management of their domestic affairs but with their most sensitive personal matters, their deepest fears and highest aspirations, their children's upbringing, and their own moral guidance. Jarvis Pennyworth, Alfred's father, represented the pinnacle of this family tradition, serving Thomas and Martha Wayne with a devotion that bordered on the mystical. He was not merely a butler, but a confidant, advisor, and guardian who understood the Wayne family's public responsibilities and private struggles with equal clarity. His service encompassed everything from managing the vast Wayne estate to providing counsel during political crises, from overseeing the education of young Bruce Wayne to maintaining the social connections that sustained the family's influence. The relationship between Jarvis and the Wayne family was characterized by mutual respect and genuine affection that made their formal roles almost secondary to their deeper connection. Thomas Wayne valued Jarvis's judgment so highly that he rarely made important decisions without consulting him, while Martha Wayne trusted him with aspects of family life that she shared with no one else. The children of both families grew up together, not as equals in social standing, but as companions who understood that their destinies were intertwined in ways that transcended conventional class boundaries. Jarvis possessed qualities that made him irreplaceable in the Wayne household. A keen intelligence that could grasp complex political and financial matters, emotional intuition that allowed him to provide exactly the right support during family crises, physical courage that had been tested during various emergencies over the years, and most importantly, absolute integrity that made him worthy of trust that extended to matters of life and death. He understood that his role was not simply to serve but to protect, not merely to obey but to guide when guidance was needed. The training that Jarvis provided to his son Alfred began before the boy could properly walk, consisting not of formal lessons but of constant example and gentle correction that shaped character through daily interaction rather than explicit instruction. Alfred learned by observing his father's interactions with the Wayne family, absorbing the subtle protocols that governed their relationship, understanding through immersion rather than explanation how service could be rendered without civility, how loyalty could be expressed without sacrifice of personal dignity. The Wayne children, particularly Thomas Wayne, developed relationships with young Alfred that would influence both families for generations to come. These early connections were built on shared adventures and confidences that created bonds of friendship overlaid upon the formal structure of their family's professional relationship. Alfred learned to navigate the complex dynamics of being both servant son and playmate, understanding instinctively how to maintain appropriate boundaries while still developing genuine personal connections. The moral education that Alfred received from his father emphasized that the Pennyworth tradition was not about subservience, but about choosing to use one's abilities in service of something greater than personal advancement. Jarvis taught his son that true nobility was not inherited but earned through daily choices, that strength was measured not by what one could take but by what one was willing to give, that honor was not about receiving recognition, but about deserving it, whether recognition came or not. The practical skills that complemented this moral foundation were vast and varied, encompassing everything from advanced first aid and emergency medicine to estate management and financial planning, from diplomatic protocol and social etiquette to basic security and threat assessment. Alfred learned languages and customs that would allow him to serve in any environment, developed physical capabilities that would make him useful in crisis situations, and cultivated intellectual habits that would enable him to anticipate problems and provide solutions before difficulties became disasters. The spiritual dimension of Pennyworth's service was perhaps the most important aspect of Alfred's education, though it was never explicitly religious in nature. Instead, it was grounded in a deep understanding of human nature and social responsibility, a conviction that some things were worth dedicating one's life to protecting and preserving, a belief that individual sacrifice in service of worthy causes was what gave existence its highest meaning and deepest satisfaction. As Alfred matured, he began to understand that the Pennyworth tradition was not merely about serving the Wayne family, but about serving the principles and values that the Wayne family represented in the broader community. The Waynes used their wealth and influence to support charitable causes, advance social progress, and protect those who could not protect themselves. By serving the Waynes, the Pennyworthies were participating in these larger purposes, contributing to efforts that extended far beyond the boundaries of any single household or family interest. The weight of expectation that rested upon Alfred's shoulders as he approached adulthood was both inspiring and daunting. He understood that he was being prepared not merely for a career but for a calling, not simply for employment, but for a form of service that would define every aspect of his existence. The knowledge that generations of Pennyworthers had successfully carried this burden before him provided both comfort and additional pressure, proof that it could be done, but also a standard that demanded nothing less than excellence. The relationship between tradition and innovation in the Pennyworth approach to service required constant adaptation while maintaining core principles that could not be compromised. Each generation faced new challenges that demanded creative solutions while still honoring the fundamental commitments that defined their family's identity. Alfred learned that true faithfulness to tradition sometimes required changing methods while never changing purposes, updating techniques while preserving values. The social dynamics that surrounded the Pennyworth family's position were complex and sometimes contradictory, requiring navigation of relationships with other servants who might resent their privileged status, with members of the Wayne family's social circle who might not understand the nature of their role, and with the broader community that might view them with everything from respect to suspicion, depending on current political and social attitudes toward class and service. The financial arrangements that supported the Pennyworth family's service were generous enough to ensure their dignity and independence, while still maintaining the formal structure of employment that gave shape to the Pennyworth family's service. Relationship. The Waynes understood that attracting and retaining service of the highest quality required compensation that reflected the value provided, while the Pennyworths appreciated that their material security allowed them to focus entirely on fulfilling their responsibilities without distraction from financial concerns. The international scope of Wayne family interests meant that the Pennyworthies often found themselves operating in foreign environments where their skills and judgment were tested in new ways. These experiences broadened their understanding of different cultures and political systems, while also deepening their appreciation for the values and traditions that defined their own identity. They learned to adapt their methods to different contexts, while maintaining the essential character that made them valuable wherever they served. As Alfred prepared to inherit the full weight of the Pennyworth legacy, he carried with him not only the practical skills and moral principles that his father had instilled, but also a deep sense of connection to something larger than himself. He understood that he was not merely an individual choosing a career, but the latest link in a chain of service that stretched back through centuries and would hopefully continue for generations to come. This understanding gave him strength during difficult moments, while also reminding him constantly of the standards he was expected to meet and exceed. The tradition that Alfred inherited was not a burden to be endured, but a gift to be treasured. Not a limitation on his possibilities, but a framework within which his highest potential could be realized. The Pennyworth legacy offered him the opportunity to dedicate his considerable abilities to purposes that transcended personal advancement, to become part of something that had already proved its worth through generations of faithful service, to contribute his own unique gifts to a tradition that honored both individual excellence and collective purpose. In the quiet moments when the great house settled into evening stillness and the day's responsibilities had been fulfilled, Alfred would sometimes reflect on the weight of inheritance that rested upon his shoulders. He understood that he carried not only his own hopes and dreams, but the accumulated wisdom and sacrifice of all the Pennyworths who had come before him, that his choices would either honor or diminish a legacy that had been centuries in the making, that his faithfulness or failure would determine whether this precious tradition would survive to guide future generations. In the mist-shrouded barracks of Hereford, where the elite of Britain's military forces gathered to test themselves against challenges that would break lesser men, there arrived a young man whose quiet demeanor and unassuming manner concealed depths of character that would soon be forged into something approaching legendary. Alfred Thaddeus Crane Pennyworth entered the Special Air Service, not as an escape from family tradition, but as preparation for it, understanding instinctively that the modern world would demand capabilities from those who served great families that previous generations of Pennyworths had never been required to possess. The decision to enlist in military service before assuming his hereditary role as the Wayne family's butler was Alfred's own, made against the gentle protests of his father Jarvis, who worried that exposure to the violence and moral ambiguity of warfare might damage the essential qualities that made the Pennyworth tradition valuable. Yet Alfred understood something that his father's generation could not fully grasp: that the world was changing in ways that would make traditional forms of service inadequate to protect those who deserved protection, that the threats facing wealthy and influential families were evolving beyond what conventional security could address. The Special Air Service represented the pinnacle of military excellence in the British Armed Forces, an organization that attracted only those individuals who possessed not merely physical courage but the intellectual flexibility and emotional resilience necessary to operate effectively in situations where conventional wisdom provided no guidance and standard procedures offered no solutions. The selection process was designed to eliminate all but those rare individuals who could function at peak efficiency under conditions of extreme stress while maintaining the judgment and moral clarity necessary to make life and death decisions in fractions of seconds. Alfred's performance during the grueling selection trials revealed capabilities that surprised even the veteran instructors who had trained hundreds of elite soldiers over their careers. His physical conditioning was exemplary without being extraordinary. His marksmanship was precise without being exceptional. Yet there was something in his approach to complex tactical problems and his response to psychological pressure that marked him as possessing qualities that could not be taught, but only discovered and refined through experience. The training regimen that followed acceptance into the Special Air Service was designed to strip away every assumption about human limitations and rebuild understanding based on what was actually possible when proper techniques were combined with absolute commitment. Alfred learned to function without sleep for days at a time, to navigate hostile terrain using only the most basic equipment, to extract information from uncooperative sources without resorting to torture or intimidation, to provide emergency medical treatment under fire, using improvised materials and tools. The psychological conditioning that complemented physical training was perhaps even more important, teaching soldiers to compartmentalize emotional responses while maintaining access to the full range of human feeling and intuition that made effective decision-making possible. Alfred learned to function in states of controlled fear that sharpened rather than clouded judgment, to maintain hope and purpose in situations where despair would have been the natural response, to preserve compassion and moral clarity even when surrounded by violence and betrayal. The missions that took Alfred into combat zones across the globe during his years of active service tested every aspect of his training, while revealing dimensions of his character that peacetime preparation could never have uncovered. He served in the jungles of Southeast Asia, where the distinction between enemy and ally shifted like shadows, and survival required constant adaptation to changing circumstances. He operated in the deserts of North Africa, where extreme conditions made every decision a matter of life and death, and teamwork was the only barrier between mission success and catastrophic failure. The Burma campaign that would later be referenced in his service record represented perhaps the most formative experience of Alfred's military career, a prolonged operation in terrain that challenged every assumption about what human beings could endure while accomplishing objectives that required not merely courage but creative intelligence applied under conditions where failure meant death, not only for oneself but for civilians, depending on mission success. The lessons learned in those steaming jungles would prove invaluable decades later when different forms of warfare came to the streets of Gotham City. The medical training that formed a crucial component of Special Air Service preparation proved particularly valuable to Alfred, as his family background in service had already instilled habits of careful observation and attention to detail that translated naturally into diagnostic and treatment capabilities. He learned to perform emergency surgery under battlefield conditions, to recognize and treat psychological trauma that could disable soldiers as completely as physical injury, to maintain medical supplies and equipment that could mean the difference between recovery and permanent disability for wounded comrades. The development of tactical thinking that occurred during his military service expanded Alfred's understanding of how complex problems could be approached systematically, how limited resources could be deployed for maximum effect, how individual capabilities could be enhanced through careful coordination with others possessing complementary skills. These lessons would prove directly applicable to the challenges he would later face as the logistical coordinator and strategic advisor for Batman's war on crime. The intelligence operations that occupied increasingly large portions of Alfred's military service introduced him to aspects of human nature and international politics that civilian life rarely revealed, showing him how power actually operated beneath the polite facades maintained for public consumption, how information could be more valuable than weapons in determining the outcome of conflicts, how patience and careful observation could achieve results that direct action could never accomplish. The psychological profile that emerged from Alfred's intelligence work revealed capabilities that made him valuable for missions requiring not just courage, but sophisticated understanding of human motivation and social dynamics. He demonstrated unusual ability to establish trust with subjects from vastly different cultural backgrounds, to extract information through conversation rather than coercion, to maintain cover identities that could withstand scrutiny from suspicious observers, to operate for extended periods in isolation without losing effectiveness or moral clarity. The moral challenges that Alfred faced during intelligence operations tested his fundamental values in ways that traditional military service could not, forcing him to make decisions about deception and manipulation that required constant re-evaluation of his ethical principles while maintaining effectiveness in situations where hesitation could result in mission failure and loss of innocent life. He learned to lie convincingly while preserving his essential honesty, to manipulate others while maintaining respect for their humanity, to use people without losing sight of their dignity and worth. The linguistic abilities that Alfred developed during his intelligence training reflected both natural aptitude and intensive study, enabling him to operate effectively in multiple European languages while developing working knowledge of several Asian and Middle Eastern languages that proved useful during various operations. This multilingual capability would later prove invaluable when supporting Batman's investigations that crossed international boundaries and involved criminal organizations with global reach. The technical skills that complemented Alfred's human intelligence capabilities included training in communications equipment, surveillance technology, document forgery, and basic electronics that enabled him to function independently in environments where support from headquarters was impossible or compromised. These abilities laid the foundation for his later mastery of the advanced technology that would define the Batman's operational capabilities and strategic advantages over conventional criminals. The leadership experience that Alfred gained during his later military service, when he was entrusted with command of small units undertaking sensitive operations, revealed his ability to inspire trust and confidence in subordinates while maintaining the disciplined focus necessary for mission accomplishment. He learned to balance concern for his men's welfare with the requirements of military necessity, to make difficult decisions quickly while accepting full responsibility for their consequences, to maintain morale and cohesion under conditions that tested every aspect of human endurance. The understanding of violence that Alfred developed during his military service was both intimate and philosophical, encompassing not merely technical knowledge of weapons and tactics, but deep appreciation for the psychological and moral dimensions of conflict. He learned that violence was sometimes necessary but never pleasant, that the ability to inflict harm carried with it the responsibility to use that ability only when all other options had been exhausted, that true strength was measured not by one's capacity for destruction, but by one's judgment about when destruction was justified. The network of relationships that Alfred established with fellow soldiers and intelligence operatives created connections that would prove valuable throughout his later career, providing him with sources of information and assistance that operated outside normal governmental and commercial channels. These relationships were built on shared experience of extreme danger and mutual dependence, creating bonds of trust that could withstand decades of separation and changes in official allegiance or employment. The transition from active military service to civilian life represented a profound psychological adjustment that many veterans found impossible to manage successfully, yet Alfred navigated this change with characteristic adaptability and wisdom. He understood that the skills and perspectives he had gained through military service were tools to be employed in service of the values and commitments that had motivated him to enlist initially, not ends in themselves that required continued application in military contexts. The decision to accept discharge and return to family tradition was made easier by Alfred's recognition that his military service had prepared him not merely to perform traditional butler duties, but to serve as a protector and advisor in ways that previous generations of Pennyworths could never have imagined. He carried with him capabilities that could transform the nature of service itself, enabling him to protect those he served, not merely from embarrassment or inconvenience, but from genuine threats to their safety and well-being. The psychological impact of combat experience remained with Alfred throughout his civilian career, manifesting not as trauma or disability, but as enhanced appreciation for peace and stability, deeper understanding of human resilience and fragility, and unwavering commitment to protecting those who had never been required to face the moral and physical challenges that warfare imposed upon its participants. He understood that violence was sometimes necessary but never desirable, that strength was most valuable when it prevented conflict rather than escalated it. The medical expertise that Alfred had developed during military service proved immediately valuable in civilian contexts, enabling him to provide emergency care during accidents and illnesses that would have required professional medical attention under normal circumstances. His ability to remain calm and effective during medical crises, to improvise treatments using available materials, to recognize serious conditions that required immediate professional intervention, made him invaluable as more than conventional domestic staff. The security awareness that had been essential for survival during intelligence operations translated naturally into protection capabilities for the families Alfred served, enabling him to identify potential threats before they materialized into actual danger, to implement protective measures without creating atmosphere of paranoia or restriction, to coordinate with law enforcement and private security services when situations required professional intervention beyond his individual capabilities. The strategic thinking skills that military service had developed enabled Alfred to approach household management and family service with systematic efficiency that maximized results while minimizing waste of time and resources. He learned to anticipate needs before they arose, to coordinate complex schedules and logistics with military precision, to maintain backup plans and alternative approaches for every significant activity or commitment. The disciplined work habits that military service had instilled enabled Alfred to maintain peak performance regardless of personal fatigue, emotional stress, or external pressures that might compromise lesser individuals' effectiveness. He developed ability to function at high levels of competence even when dealing with personal grief, physical exhaustion, or psychological strain that would disable most people's professional capabilities. The leadership capabilities that had been tested in military contexts proved directly applicable to managing household staff and coordinating activities involving multiple family members with conflicting schedules and competing priorities. Alfred learned to delegate responsibility while maintaining accountability, to motivate others through example rather than intimidation, to resolve conflicts before they disrupted important activities or relationships. The international perspective that military service had provided gave Alfred understanding of global political and economic forces that enabled him to provide valuable advice to family members whose business interests and social responsibilities extended far beyond local or national boundaries. He could interpret international developments in terms of their likely impact on family interests, suggest protective measures or opportunities for beneficial action based on his understanding of how world events typically evolved. The technological familiarity that intelligence training had provided laid the foundation for Alfred's later mastery of the advanced systems that would define Batman's operational capabilities, from computer networks and surveillance equipment to specialized vehicles and defensive technologies. His military experience had taught him that technology was most valuable when it enhanced rather than replaced human judgment and capability, a lesson that would prove crucial when supporting a hero whose effectiveness depended on seamless integration of human skill with technological advantage. The emotional resilience that had been essential for survival in combat situations enabled Alfred to provide stability and support during family crises that might have overwhelmed individuals without similar experience of extreme stress and tragedy. He learned to remain functional and supportive even when dealing with his own grief and loss, to provide strength for others without losing sight of his own needs and limitations, to maintain hope and purpose even in situations where despair would have been understandable. The moral clarity that military service had both tested and refined enabled Alfred to serve as ethical advisor and conscience for family members facing difficult decisions with significant consequences. His experience of life and death, moral choices, provided him with perspective on lesser dilemmas, while his commitment to fundamental principles gave him authority to speak truth, even when truth was uncomfortable or unwelcome. As Alfred prepared to transition from military service to family tradition, he carried with him not merely enhanced capabilities, but transformed understanding of what service could mean and accomplish. He had learned that true strength was not the ability to impose one's will, but the wisdom to use one's capabilities in service of principles and people worthy of protection. He understood that loyalty was not blind obedience, but informed commitment to values and relationships that had proved their worth through testing. Most importantly, he had discovered that his family tradition of service was not a limitation on his potential, but a framework within which his unique combination of skills and character could achieve purposes that purely personal ambition could never have accomplished. The young man who returned from military service to claim his hereditary role was fundamentally the same person who had enlisted years earlier, yet he was also transformed in ways that would make him uniquely qualified for the challenges that awaited him in the service of a family whose destiny would require forms of protection and support that no previous generation of servants had ever been called upon to provide. In the gaslit theatres of London's West End, where shadows danced between velvet curtains and dreams, took flesh upon stages worn smooth by decades of performances, there walked a young man whose presence commanded attention, not through flamboyance or artifice, but through the quiet magnetism that marked those born to transform words into living truth. Alfred Thaddeus Crane Pennyworth moved through the theatrical world with the same disciplined grace that had served him during his military years. Yet here that discipline was channeled not towards survival and combat effectiveness, but toward the ancient art of becoming someone else entirely while remaining fundamentally true to oneself. The decision to pursue theatrical performance before accepting his hereditary role in service to the Wayne family represented more than mere postponement of duty. It was Alfred's recognition that the modern world required forms of understanding and capability that previous generations of Pennyworths had never needed to possess. The ability to read human nature with perfect accuracy, to project confidence and authority regardless of internal uncertainty, to maintain composure under scrutiny while concealing one's true thoughts and purposes. These were skills that would prove invaluable in serving families whose public prominence made them constant targets of observation and speculation. The theatre that Alfred entered upon his discharge from military service was undergoing profound transformation, evolving from entertainment for the masses into something approaching high art that demanded intellectual sophistication and emotional depth from both performers and audiences. The repertory companies that dominated London's theatrical scene attracted actors who possessed not merely talent but education, not simply dramatic ability but understanding of literature, history, and human psychology that enabled them to bring classical characters to life with contemporary relevance. The training that Alfred undertook during his early theatrical years was as rigorous as any military preparation he had experienced, requiring mastery of voice projection and articulation that could reach every seat in vast theatres without amplification, physical control that could convey emotion through gesture and movement with perfect precision, and mental discipline that could maintain character consistency through performances lasting several hours while adapting to unexpected circumstances that live theatre invariably presented. The study of Shakespeare that formed the cornerstone of serious theatrical training during this period provided Alfred with insights into human nature that would prove invaluable throughout his later career in service. The bard's psychological penetration into the motivations and contradictions that defined human behavior offered a masterclass in understanding how noble intentions could be corrupted by weakness, how power could transform personality, how loyalty and betrayal were often separated by circumstances rather than fundamental character differences. The roles that Alfred mastered during his theatrical apprenticeship ranged from comic servants, whose wit provided relief from dramatic tension, to tragic figures, whose moral struggles illuminated universal human dilemmas. His natural dignity and intelligence made him particularly effective in parts that required characters to maintain authority despite humble social position, servants who guided their masters through wisdom rather than mere obedience, advisors whose counsel proved more valuable than the power they served. The relationships that Alfred formed within the theatrical community were built on mutual respect for craft and shared dedication to artistic excellence that transcended the social boundaries that might have separated actors from different backgrounds in other contexts. The democracy of talent that characterized serious theater meant that Alfred's military service and family heritage mattered less than his ability to deliver compelling performances that served the production's overall artistic vision. The touring productions that took Alfred's company throughout England, and occasionally to continental Europe, expanded his understanding of how cultural differences affected audience response, while also demonstrating the universal elements of human experience that great drama could illuminate, regardless of language or local custom. These travels provided him with linguistic practice and cultural knowledge that would prove valuable when serving families with international interests and responsibilities. The technical aspects of theatrical production that Alfred mastered during his stage career included lighting effects that could transform mood and atmosphere, costume design that could communicate character and social position without words, set construction that created believable environments using minimal resources, and coordination between multiple performers that required split-second timing and absolute reliability from every participant. The development of his distinctive speaking voice during theatrical training involved not merely projection and articulation, but understanding of how tone, pace, and emphasis could convey subtleties of meaning that written words alone could never communicate. Alfred learned to modulate his voice to inspire confidence or provide comfort, to command attention or deflect unwanted scrutiny, to convey respect while maintaining personal dignity in interactions with individuals of any social position. The psychological demands of theatrical performance required Alfred to develop empathy that could encompass characters whose motivations and moral standards differed radically from his own, enabling him to portray convincingly both heroes and villains while maintaining his own ethical center. This ability to understand without condemning, to analyze without losing compassion, would prove essential when serving families whose members might make choices that conflicted with his personal values. The financial realities of theatrical life provided Alfred with practical experience of living within limited means while maintaining the appearance and standards necessary for professional success. He learned to manage resources carefully, to find elegant solutions to material problems, to maintain dignity and effectiveness regardless of economic constraints, lessons that would serve him well when managing household budgets and coordinating complex family activities within financial limitations. The critiques and reviews that shaped public perception of theatrical performances taught Alfred valuable lessons about the relationship between reality and reputation, about how public image could be crafted through careful attention to detail and consistent performance quality, about the importance of maintaining professional standards regardless of personal circumstances or emotional state. These insights would prove directly applicable when helping family members navigate public scrutiny and social expectations. The friendships that Alfred formed within the theatrical community included individuals who would remain important throughout his life, providing him with perspectives and connections that enriched his understanding of artistic expression, social dynamics, and human potential. These relationships demonstrated that meaningful bonds could be formed through shared commitment to excellence rather than similarity of background or social position. The creative fulfillment that Alfred experienced through theatrical performance represented something unique in his life experience, different from the satisfaction of military service or family tradition. In its emphasis on artistic expression and imaginative exploration, rather than duty and protection, the theatre provided him with outlet for aspects of his personality and intelligence that conventional service roles could never fully engage, enabling him to develop capabilities that would enhance rather than conflict with his hereditary responsibilities. The Shakespearean roles that became Alfred's specialty required not merely memorization of complex dialogue, but deep understanding of character, psychology, and historical context that enabled him to bring classical figures to life for contemporary audiences. His portrayals of loyal servants like Kent in King Lear and wise counselors like Gonzalo in The Tempest revealed his natural affinity for characters who combined humility with strength, service with dignity, loyalty with independent moral judgment. The directing experience that Alfred gained during his later theatrical years provided him with skills in coordinating complex activities involving multiple participants with different personalities and capabilities, managing schedules and logistics that required perfect timing and backup planning, maintaining morale and focus during stressful periods when individual mistakes could compromise entire productions. These abilities would prove directly applicable to managing household staff and family activities. The costume and makeup work that complemented his performing duties taught Alfred valuable lessons about how appearance could be modified to achieve specific effects, how clothing and accessories could communicate social position and personal characteristics, how subtle changes in presentation could dramatically alter how others perceived and responded to an individual. This knowledge would prove useful when helping family members maintain appropriate public images. The financial management skills that Alfred developed as a working actor included budgeting for irregular income, saving for periods when work might be unavailable, investing in equipment and training that could enhance future earning potential, and maintaining professional appearance and capabilities despite economic uncertainty. These experiences prepared him for the realities of managing complex family finances and preparing for unexpected expenses or emergencies. The networking abilities that theatrical work required taught Alfred how to build and maintain relationships with individuals from vastly different backgrounds and social positions, how to present himself effectively in social situations where first impressions could determine professional opportunities, how to balance personal authenticity with professional necessity when dealing with individuals whose values or behavior he might find objectionable. The emotional resilience that live performance demanded enabled Alfred to function effectively despite personal stress, disappointment, or tragedy that might compromise lesser individuals' professional capabilities. He learned to compartmentalize private concerns while maintaining public effectiveness, to draw upon emotional experiences to enhance rather than compromise his performance, to find meaning and satisfaction in work, even when personal circumstances were difficult or uncertain. The call to duty that eventually drew Alfred away from theatrical pursuits came not as sudden emergency, but as gradual recognition that his father's health was declining and his services would soon be needed to maintain the Pennyworth family's traditional relationship with the Waynes. The decision to leave theatre represented not abandonment of artistic aspirations, but integration of artistic capabilities with hereditary responsibilities that could benefit from the skills and perspectives he had developed. The farewell performances that marked Alfred's departure from regular theatrical work were characterized by a mixture of sadness at leaving a world he had come to love and excitement about applying his expanded capabilities in service. to purposes that extended beyond artistic expression to encompass protection and guidance of individuals whose choices affected not merely aesthetic appreciation, but social progress and human welfare. The letters of recommendation that accompanied Alfred's transition from theatre to service testified not merely to his performing abilities but to his character, reliability, and leadership qualities that had earned respect from colleagues, directors, and critics who understood the demands of professional theatre and the rare combination of talent and integrity that sustained successful careers in such a demanding field. The trunk of theatrical materials that Alfred carried with him when he finally accepted his position with the Wayne family contained not merely costumes and scripts, but tangible reminders of period when he had explored aspects of human experience and creative expression that would enrich his understanding of the people he served, while providing him with capabilities that conventional domestic training could never have developed. The integration of theatrical skills with traditional service abilities created a unique combination of capabilities that would prove invaluable when serving family whose public prominence required careful management of image and reputation, whose personal struggles demanded understanding of human psychology that went beyond conventional butler training, whose security needs would eventually require forms of deception and misdirection that drew upon dramatic techniques Alfred had mastered during his stage career. The relationships with fellow actors that Alfred maintained even after leaving regular theatrical work provided him with ongoing connections to artistic community that enriched his perspective, while also offering potential resources for special situations that might require creative solutions or unusual capabilities. These friendships demonstrated that professional transitions need not involve complete severing of previous associations when those associations had been based on genuine mutual respect and shared values. The confidence that theatrical training had instilled enabled Alfred to interact comfortably with individuals from any social background or professional context, to maintain appropriate dignity while adapting his manner to circumstances, to project authority when necessary, while showing proper deference when situations required it. These abilities would prove essential when representing family interests in negotiations, social functions, and crisis situations where his effectiveness could determine outcomes that affected multiple lives and significant resources. The timing of Alfred's transition from theatrical career to family service reflected both personal readiness for new challenges and recognition that changing world conditions would require enhanced capabilities from those who served prominent families. The skills he had developed during his artistic pursuits would prove not merely useful but essential for protecting and supporting families whose influence and wealth made them targets for threats that conventional security measures could not adequately address. The artistic sensibility that theatrical training had developed enabled Alfred to appreciate beauty and meaning in ways that enhanced his ability to create environments that supported family well-being, while also recognizing when aesthetic choices could communicate important messages about values, status, or intentions. This understanding would prove valuable when managing households that served both private family needs and public representational functions. The legacy of Alfred's theatrical years extended far beyond specific skills or capabilities to encompass fundamental understanding of human nature and social dynamics that would inform every aspect of his later service. The theatre had taught him that all individuals were capable of playing multiple roles, that circumstances could reveal hidden strengths or weaknesses in even familiar characters, that true understanding required looking beneath surface appearances to comprehend underlying motivations and potential responses to changing situations. The dreams that Alfred carried with him from his theatrical career were not abandoned but transformed. integrated with his hereditary calling in ways that would enable him to serve not merely as domestic staff, but as advisor, protector, and partner in endeavors that would extend far beyond traditional household management to encompass activities that would affect the safety and well-being of entire communities. His artistic training had prepared him not to be a different person, but to be more completely himself in service to purposes worthy of his full capabilities and dedication. In the sprawling grandeur of Wayne Manor, where marble halls echoed with centuries of family history and sunlight filtered through stained glass windows that told stories of honor and legacy, there arrived a figure whose presence would transform the very nature of what it meant to serve greatness. Alfred Thaddeus Crane Pennyworth stepped across the threshold, not merely as the latest in his family's long tradition of devoted service, but as someone whose unique combination of military discipline, artistic sensitivity, and moral clarity would prove essential for guiding a family through trials that would test every foundation upon which their lives were built. The Wayne family that Alfred encountered upon his arrival at the manor represented everything that was finest about American achievement and social responsibility, yet they also carried burdens that wealth and prominence inevitably imposed upon those who sought to use their advantages wisely. Thomas Wayne possessed the brilliant medical mind and compassionate heart that drove him to revolutionize surgical techniques, while also dedicating significant portions of his time and resources to charitable work that improved conditions for Gotham's most vulnerable citizens. Martha Wayne complemented her husband's intellectual achievements with social grace and philanthropic vision that enabled the family to navigate the complex dynamics of high society while maintaining genuine connection to the broader community they served. Her understanding of how public influence could be leveraged to support worthy causes was matched by personal warmth and emotional intelligence that made her beloved by everyone who knew her personally, rather than merely respecting her from distant admiration. The young Bruce Wayne, who became the center of Alfred's attention and concern during these early years, displayed the curious combination of privilege and innocence that characterized children raised in environments where material comfort was assumed but moral education was taken seriously. At 8 years old, Bruce possessed intelligence that impressed adults while retaining the natural enthusiasms and vulnerabilities that reminded everyone around him that despite his family's prominence, he remained fundamentally a child who needed protection, guidance, and unconditional love. The daily rhythms that Alfred established in the Wayne household during these peaceful years reflected his understanding that true luxury consisted not in ostentatious display, but in the seamless coordination of activities that allowed family members to pursue their highest purposes without distraction from mundane concerns. His military training enabled him to manage complex schedules with precision, while his theatrical background helped him understand how environment and presentation could enhance rather than interfere with family relationships and individual development. The educational program that Thomas and Martha Wayne had designed for their son reflected their commitment to providing him with intellectual foundation and moral framework that would prepare him to inherit not merely wealth, but responsibility for using that wealth in ways that honored their family's values while addressing the changing needs of their community. Alfred's role in supporting this education involved not merely logistical coordination, but active participation in shaping Bruce's understanding of duty, service, and the relationship between privilege and obligation. The medical emergencies that occasionally arose in any active household provided opportunities for Alfred to demonstrate capabilities that went far beyond conventional butler training, enabling him to provide sophisticated first aid and emergency care that prevented minor injuries from becoming serious problems, while also teaching young Bruce valuable lessons about remaining calm during crisis situations and the pros lend importance of acquiring practical skills that could help others during moments of need. The social functions that the Wayne family hosted in their home required Alfred to coordinate activities involving dozens of guests while maintaining an atmosphere of elegant hospitality that made everyone feel welcome regardless of their social position or personal familiarity with the family. These events served multiple purposes beyond entertainment, providing opportunities for Thomas and Martha to build relationships that supported their charitable work, while also exposing Bruce to diverse perspectives and personalities that broadened his understanding of human nature. The security concerns that accompanied the Wayne family's prominence were handled with such discretion that most family members remained unaware of the protective measures that Alfred coordinated with law enforcement agencies and private security firms. His military background enabled him to assess threats accurately while implementing countermeasures that enhanced safety without creating an atmosphere of paranoia or restricting family activities in ways that would compromise their quality of life. The intimate family moments that Alfred observed during his service provided him with deep appreciation for the love and mutual respect that characterized the Wayne family's relationships, yet also revealed the individual personalities and needs that shaped each family member's approach to their shared responsibilities and common purposes. Thomas's intensity and dedication sometimes required gentle reminders about work-life balance, while Martha's social commitments occasionally needed coordination to ensure adequate time for family activities. The financial management responsibilities that Alfred gradually assumed involved not merely household budgeting, but coordination with Wayne, family attorneys and accountants who managed the complex trust funds and charitable foundations that channeled the family's wealth toward purposes that reflected their values and priorities. His theatrical background provided unexpected advantages in understanding how public perception of family spending could affect their ability to advocate effectively for social causes they supported. The relationship that developed between Alfred and young Bruce during these formative years was characterized by mutual affection and respect that transcended conventional employer-employee boundaries while maintaining appropriate recognition of their different roles and responsibilities. Alfred served not as substitute parent, but as devoted family member whose dedication to Bruce's well-being was absolute yet expressed through support for, rather than replacement of Thomas and Martha's parental authority. The bedtime stories that became one of Alfred's most cherished duties allowed him to share his love of literature and drama, while also providing Bruce with moral instruction disguised as entertainment. These tales ranged from classic adventures that emphasized courage and integrity to original stories that addressed specific challenges or questions that Bruce was facing, always delivered with theatrical flair that made the lessons memorable and engaging rather than preachy or didactic. The outdoor activities that Alfred organized for Bruce reflected his military understanding of how physical challenges could build character, while also providing opportunities for father and son to share adventures that strengthened their bond. Whether organizing camping trips in the Wayne family's extensive grounds or coordinating visits to museums and cultural institutions, Alfred ensured that Bruce's childhood was rich with experiences that would provide foundation for lifelong learning and appreciation for diverse forms of human achievement. The holiday celebrations that Alfred helped orchestrate in Wayne Manor became legendary among their social circle for combining traditional elegance with genuine warmth that made everyone feel like beloved family members rather than mere guests. His theatrical background enabled him to create magical atmospheres through careful attention to lighting, music, and decoration, while his military efficiency ensured that complex logistics proceeded smoothly without visible effort or stress. The correspondence that Alfred managed on behalf of the Wayne family included not merely social invitations and business communications, but also the substantial volume of requests for charitable assistance that reflected the family's reputation for generosity and social responsibility. His discretion in handling these matters protected family privacy while ensuring that legitimate needs received appropriate attention and response. The staff coordination that Alfred provided for Wayne Manor involved managing relationships with gardeners, housekeepers, and maintenance personnel whose work supported family activities while maintaining the property's condition and appearance. His leadership style emphasized respect for every individual's contribution while maintaining standards of excellence that reflected the family's values and social position. The crisis management capabilities that Alfred had developed through military and theatrical experience proved valuable during various emergencies that tested family resilience, from medical situations that required immediate response to weather-related problems that threatened property damage. His ability to remain calm while coordinating effective responses provided stability that enabled family members to focus on essential decisions rather than being overwhelmed by logistical complications. The cultural education that Alfred provided for Bruce included exposure to music, art, and literature that broadened his understanding of human creativity and achievement, while also developing aesthetic appreciation that would enrich his entire life. These lessons were integrated naturally into daily activities, rather than presented as formal instruction, making learning enjoyable while ensuring that important knowledge and perspectives were effectively communicated. The moral guidance that Alfred offered during these peaceful years was provided through example and gentle conversation rather than formal lectures, helping Bruce understand the relationship between personal choices and their effects on others while developing the ethical framework that would guide his decisions throughout his life. Alfred's own character served as constant demonstration that service to others could be both dignifying and fulfilling when it was chosen freely and performed with excellence. The relationship with extended Wayne family members and longtime friends provided Alfred with broader understanding of family dynamics and social expectations, while also demonstrating the networks of mutual support and shared responsibility that sustained communities built around common values and purposes. His discretion in managing these relationships protected family privacy, while maintaining connections that enriched their lives and expanded their influence for good. The preparation for Bruce's eventual inheritance of family responsibilities began during these early years through age-appropriate discussions of what it meant to be privileged, why such privilege carried obligations to help others, and how personal choices could honor or betray the sacrifices that previous generations had made to create opportunities for service and leadership. Alfred's role in these conversations was to support rather than replace parental guidance, while providing perspective that reflected his broader life experience. The documentation of family history that Alfred maintained during his service included not merely records of significant events, but preservation of photographs, letters, and personal items that would help future generations understand their heritage and the values that had shaped their family's choices across multiple generations. This work reflected his understanding that continuity required conscious effort to preserve and transmit important knowledge and traditions. The evening conversations that became treasured family traditions provided opportunities for sharing experiences, discussing current events, and exploring ideas that helped each family member understand their place in larger contexts, while also strengthening bonds of affection and mutual respect that made their home a refuge from external pressures and conflicts. Alfred's participation in these discussions was carefully modulated to provide valuable perspective without overstepping appropriate boundaries. The safety protocols that Alfred implemented reflected his military understanding of how to minimize risks without creating an atmosphere of fear or paranoia that would compromise family relationships or restrict activities unnecessarily. These measures included coordination with local law enforcement, careful screening of service providers and guests, and development of emergency procedures that could be implemented quickly if circumstances required immediate response to threats. The travel arrangements that Alfred coordinated for family vacations and business trips required careful attention to security concerns, while also ensuring that journeys provided opportunities for rest, education, and shared experiences that strengthened family bonds. His military and theatrical backgrounds provided valuable perspective on logistics planning, while his personal devotion to family welfare motivated him to anticipate and address potential problems before they could compromise trip objectives. The twilight hours of this golden period in Wayne family history were marked by increasing awareness that the world beyond their protected environment was becoming more dangerous and unpredictable, requiring enhanced vigilance and preparation for challenges that might test every aspect of their character and capability. Alfred's growing concern about security threats was balanced by his commitment to ensuring that fear did not compromise the joy and spontaneity that made family life meaningful and sustaining. The final family photograph that captured Thomas, Martha, and Bruce Wayne together in their home would later become treasured reminder of what had been lost when tragedy shattered their peaceful existence. Yet during the moment when it was taken, it represented simply another happy memory in lives filled with love, purpose, and hope for the future. Alfred's presence in the background of that photograph, barely visible yet absolutely essential, symbolized the devoted service that made such happiness possible, while also foreshadowing the crucial role he would play in preserving what could be saved from the catastrophe that awaited them. The opera tickets that would lead the Wayne family to their destiny on that fateful evening in Crime Alley were purchased with anticipation of shared cultural experience that would provide Bruce with exposure to grand opera while allowing his parents to enjoy rare evening away from their demanding schedules of medical practice and charitable work. The decision to attend, despite Alfred's subtle concerns about recent increases in street crime, reflected the family's commitment to maintaining normal activities while also demonstrating their faith in Gotham's law, enforcement, and their own security precautions. In the depths of silence that followed the gunshots echoing through Crime Alley, where 2 lives ended and another began its transformation into something that would reshape the very nature of heroism itself, Alfred Thaddeus Crane Pennyworth stood vigil beside a hospital bed that contained all that remained of the family he had sworn to protect and serve. The boy who lay unconscious beneath sterile white sheets was no longer simply Bruce Wayne, heir to a fortune and a legacy of social responsibility, but something far more fragile and infinitely more complex. An orphan whose innocence had been murdered along with his parents, whose world had been reduced to ashes and blood in the span of seconds that would echo through eternity. The 7 years that followed that night of tragedy would test every aspect of Alfred's character and capability, forcing him to serve not merely as butler and caretaker, but as the sole anchor of stability in a young man's life that had been torn apart by violence and would be slowly rebuilt through disciplines so demanding that they bordered on the inhuman. The Bruce Wayne who had left Gotham as a broken teenager bore little resemblance to the focused, driven, and deeply dangerous individual who would eventually return to claim his birthright and begin a war against the forces of chaos that had destroyed his family. The empty halls of Wayne Manor during those years of absence spoke eloquently of loss that could never be fully healed, yet Alfred maintained every aspect of the great house's operation, as though its master might return at any moment, preserving not merely the physical structure, but the spiritual essence of what had made it a home rather than merely a monument to wealth and privilege. Each room remained exactly as it had been on that final evening when the Wayne family had departed for what should have been a pleasant cultural outing, creating a shrine to memory that would await resurrection or final abandonment. The reports that filtered back through various channels during Bruce's wandering years provided fragmentary glimpses of a young man systematically destroying and rebuilding himself through exposure to every form of physical and mental discipline that human ingenuity had devised. From mountain monasteries in Tibet, where monks taught meditation techniques that could slow heartbeat and breathing to near-death levels, to urban dojos in Tokyo, where martial arts masters shared secrets passed down through generations of warriors, Bruce pursued knowledge and capability with obsessive intensity that worried those who cared about his well-being. The letters that Alfred received during this period were infrequent and carefully neutral in tone, providing no real insight into Bruce's emotional state or psychological development, while maintaining just enough contact to prevent complete severance of their relationship. These communications spoke of languages learned and fighting techniques mastered, of cultures studied and philosophical systems explored, yet they revealed nothing of the internal transformation that was reshaping a traumatized youth into something that could barely be recognized as human in conventional terms. The financial arrangements that Alfred managed during Bruce's absence required careful coordination with lawyers and accountants who handled Wayne family investments, while ensuring that resources were available to support whatever activities Bruce might be pursuing in his quest for knowledge and capability. The amounts transferred to various accounts around the world suggested training programs and educational experiences that far exceeded anything available through conventional institutions, indicating that Bruce was gaining access to knowledge and techniques that money alone could not normally purchase. The death certificate that CEO William Earle had attempted to file during Bruce's extended absence represented more than bureaucratic convenience or corporate maneuvering. It symbolized the broader assumption that the Bruce Wayne who had left Gotham as a grieving teenager could never return as anything other than broken remnant of his former self, if he returned at all. Alfred's fierce resistance to this legal procedure reflected not merely hope for Bruce's eventual homecoming, but absolute conviction that reports of his demise were premature, regardless of how long his absence might continue. The restaurant in Florence, where Alfred maintained his lonely vigil during Bruce's wandering years, became a pilgrimage site of sorts. A place where hope and resignation battled for supremacy in the heart of a man who had dedicated his life to service, yet found himself serving only memory and possibility. The vision of Bruce settled and happy with a family of his own represented Alfred's deepest wish for the boy he had raised, even as it would have meant the permanent end of the Wayne family's legacy and Alfred's own purpose in life. The Wayne Enterprises board meetings that Alfred occasionally attended as representative of Bruce's interests revealed the gradual erosion of the company's commitment to the social responsibility and charitable work that had defined the Wayne family's approach to wealth and influence. Without Bruce's presence to embody the family's values and vision, the corporation was slowly but inevitably being transformed into a conventional business entity focused primarily on profit maximization rather than community service. The nightmares that haunted Alfred during those empty years reflected not merely his own grief and uncertainty, but his growing fear that he had failed in his most fundamental responsibility, that his inability to prevent the tragedy in Crime Alley had set in motion forces that would ultimately consume the last member of the family he had sworn to protect. The weight of survivor's guilt combined with professional failure created psychological burden that would have broken lesser men, yet served to strengthen Alfred's resolve to be worthy of whatever trust Bruce might still place in him. The return that finally came after 7 years of silence and separation was announced not by letter or telegram, but by Bruce's sudden appearance in Wayne Manor's study, materializing from shadows, as though he had never been absent at all. The young man who stood before Alfred bore physical resemblance to the boy who had left, yet everything else about him had been transformed by experiences and training that had forged him into something that existed at the intersection of human potential and supernatural capability. The conversation that followed this reunion revealed the depth of planning and preparation that had characterized Bruce's years of absence. His systematic acquisition of skills and knowledge that would enable him to wage war against crime with effectiveness that no conventional law enforcement agency could match. The vision that Bruce outlined involved not merely catching criminals, but becoming a symbol that would inspire fear in those who preyed upon the innocent while providing hope for those who had lost faith in justice. The resources that Bruce would require to implement his vision exceeded anything that conventional security consulting or private investigation could provide, involving technologies and capabilities that pushed the boundaries of what was possible while maintaining absolute secrecy about methods and objectives that could never be revealed to public scrutiny. Alfred's role in creating this infrastructure would require every aspect of his military, theatrical, and domestic training, while also demanding new forms of expertise that neither man fully understood at the outset. The cave system beneath Wayne Manor that would become the operational headquarters for Bruce's war against crime had existed for generations as natural geological formation, yet transforming it into a functional facility required engineering and technological expertise that challenged conventional understanding of what could be accomplished without attracting unwanted attention from authorities or criminals who might recognize the threat that such capabilities represented. The first forays that Bruce undertook as Batman revealed both the potential and the limitations of his approach to crime fighting, demonstrating that individual capability, regardless of how exceptional, required sophisticated support systems and careful planning to achieve lasting impact on criminal organizations that had adapted to conventional law enforcement methods. The learning curve was steep and dangerous, requiring constant refinement of techniques and strategies based on real-world experience that no amount of training could fully simulate. The medical bay that Alfred established in the cave became perhaps his most crucial contribution to the operation, providing emergency care that enabled Batman to survive encounters that would have killed or permanently disabled conventional crime fighters. His military medical training proved invaluable in treating injuries that could not be explained to hospital personnel, without compromising the secret identity that was essential to the mission's effectiveness. The technological systems that gradually transformed the cave from simple hideout into sophisticated command center required Alfred to master computer networks, surveillance equipment, and communication systems that represented cutting-edge developments in multiple fields. His theatrical background proved unexpectedly valuable in understanding how dramatic presentation and psychological impact could enhance Batman's effectiveness, while his military experience provided perspective on logistics and Batman's tactical planning. The costume that would become Batman's signature combined practical functionality with psychological warfare, incorporating armor that could stop bullets while maintaining flexibility necessary for acrobatic movement, cape that could provide gliding capability while creating imposing silhouette, and cowl that concealed identity while projecting intimidating presence. Every element was tested and refined through actual combat experience that revealed weaknesses and opportunities for improvement. The vehicles that Alfred helped design and maintain represented marvels of engineering that combined military-grade capabilities with civilian appearance when circumstances required stealth, enabling Batman to respond to emergencies across Gotham, while maintaining transportation resources that could not be traced to Bruce Wayne or any conventional source of funding or technical support. The intelligence networks that gradually developed around Batman's activities required Alfred to coordinate with sources ranging from honest police officers who shared information unofficially to reformed criminals who provided insight into underworld operations in exchange for protection or consideration. These relationships demanded careful management to protect everyone involved while maximizing information flow that enabled proactive rather than reactive crime fighting. The moral complexity that characterized Batman's methods forced Alfred to confront questions about justice, violence, and the rule of law that had no clear answers, despite his military and civilian experience. The decision to support Bruce's vigilante activities represented not endorsement of all his methods, but recognition that conventional approaches had failed to protect innocent people from predators who operated beyond the reach of normal legal processes. The physical toll that Batman's activities imposed upon Bruce's body required Alfred to provide not merely emergency medical care, but ongoing rehabilitation and maintenance that enabled continued operation despite accumulated damage that would have ended most people's careers. The distinction between acceptable risk and reckless endangerment became a constant source of tension between two men who shared commitment to the mission, but differed in their assessment of what sacrifices were justified. The psychological pressure that accompanied the double life of Bruce Wayne and Batman created strains that threatened both identities, requiring Alfred to serve not merely as medical support, but as counselor and confessor who could provide perspective when the weight of responsibility and the isolation of secret identity became overwhelming. His theatrical background proved valuable in helping Bruce maintain convincing performance as carefree billionaire, while managing the emotional demands of nightly confrontations with evil. The public relations challenges that arose from Batman's activities required careful coordination between Bruce Wayne's charitable work and social presence and Batman's crime-fighting activities, ensuring that neither identity compromised the other, while maximizing the positive impact that both could have on Gotham's social and political environment. Alfred's understanding of how public perception shaped private reality proved essential in managing these complex dynamics. The relationship between Batman and law enforcement evolved gradually from outright hostility to grudging cooperation, as results demonstrated that the vigilante's methods, however unorthodox, produced outcomes that conventional policing could not achieve. Alfred's role in facilitating these relationships required diplomatic skills that balanced respect for legitimate authority with recognition that extraordinary circumstances sometimes demanded extraordinary responses. The criminal organizations that adapted to Batman's presence in Gotham represented new forms of threat that required constant evolution of tactics and capabilities, forcing both Bruce and Alfred to remain vigilant against complacency, while also preparing for escalation that might eventually require resources and strategies that neither man had initially anticipated. The war against crime was revealed to be not campaign with clear endpoint, but ongoing struggle that would require lifelong commitment. The legacy of Thomas and Martha Wayne found new expression through Batman's activities, yet also created tensions between honoring their memory and methods they might not have approved, forcing both Bruce and Alfred to confront questions about whether the mission truly served the values that the Wayne family had represented, or had become something else entirely that used those values as justification for actions that transcended moral boundaries. The isolation that necessarily accompanied Batman's secret identity created barriers between Bruce and normal human relationships that concerned Alfred deeply, yet the mission's requirements made such isolation seemingly inevitable, despite its psychological and emotional costs. The question of whether Batman was saving Bruce Wayne or destroying him remained unresolved, even as the effectiveness of their crime-fighting partnership became undeniable. The future that neither man could fully envision stretched before them, like uncharted territory, filled with challenges that would test every aspect of their partnership, while also offering possibilities for impact and achievement that might justify the sacrifices already made and those yet to be required. The boy who had been broken by tragedy had been rebuilt into something that transcended human limitation. Yet the cost of that transformation remained to be calculated, and its ultimate meaning remained to be determined through actions that would define not merely their own destinies, but the fate of the city they had sworn to protect. In the shadows of Wayne Manor, where the echoes of tragedy had settled into the very stones and mortar like permanent residents of grief, there came a sound that had not been heard for years: the laughter of a child. Yet this was not the carefree mirth of young Bruce Wayne in his innocent days before Crime Alley, but something more complex and tinged with sorrow, the voice of Richard John Grayson, whose world had been shattered in ways that mirrored Bruce's own childhood trauma, while adding new dimensions of loss that would challenge every assumption about healing and hope that Alfred had developed during his years of faithful service. The arrival of the boy who would become the first Robin represented more than simply the addition of another member to the Wayne household. It marked the beginning of Alfred's transformation, from butler and confidant to something approaching patriarch of an unconventional family whose bonds were forged not by blood, but by shared commitment to justice and mutual understanding of what it meant to lose everything that gave life, meaning before finding new purpose in protecting others from similar devastation. The circumstances that brought Dick Grayson into their lives were as tragic as they were transformative, rooted in the calculated murder of John and Mary Grayson during what should have been a routine performance by Haley's Circus, their deaths orchestrated by criminals who viewed innocent entertainers as acceptable casualties in their pursuit of extortion and intimidation. The boy who witnessed his parents fall from the trapeze carried within him the same fundamental wound that had shaped Bruce's destiny, yet his response to trauma would prove markedly different from his guardian's solitary quest for vengeance. The initial resistance that Bruce displayed to the idea of taking responsibility for another orphaned child reflected not callousness, but hard-earned understanding of the dangers inherent in their lifestyle. The recognition that Batman's war against crime was no environment for someone who deserved the chance to heal and grow beyond the shadows that had claimed his parents. Yet, Alfred recognized in Dick's situation an opportunity for Bruce to discover aspects of himself that years of isolated mission focus had buried beneath layers of discipline and determination. The legal complexities that surrounded Dick's guardianship required careful navigation of social services, bureaucracy, and judicial procedures that could have exposed uncomfortable questions about Bruce Wayne's lifestyle and financial arrangements. Yet Alfred's management of these processes demonstrated the same attention to detail and strategic thinking that characterized every aspect of his support for Batman's activities. The establishment of legitimate custody was achieved through methods that protected everyone's privacy while ensuring that Dick's interests were properly represented and protected. The physical preparations necessary to accommodate a grieving child in Wayne Manor involved more than simply designating bedroom space and arranging for appropriate furnishings. It required creating an environment that could provide security and comfort, while also supporting the gradual integration of someone whose presence would fundamentally alter the dynamics that had governed the household since the elder Wayne's deaths. Alfred's understanding of how trauma affected children informed every decision about how to structure Dick's new living situation. The educational arrangements that Alfred coordinated for Dick reflected recognition that conventional schooling would be inadequate for someone whose unique circumstances and exceptional abilities demanded personalized instruction that could accommodate both his emotional needs and his intellectual potential. The tutors and specialists who were engaged to provide this education were carefully selected for their discretion as well as their expertise, ensuring that Dick's academic development proceeded without compromising the family's security requirements. The gradual revelation of Bruce's secret identity to Dick unfolded not through dramatic disclosure, but through careful observation and patient questioning that allowed the intelligent boy to piece together the truth for himself while also demonstrating that he could be trusted with information that could endanger everyone he had come to care about. Alfred's role in managing this process required delicate balance between protecting family secrets and respecting Dick's right to understand the environment in which he was being raised. The training that Dick eventually undertook to become Robin represented perhaps the most controversial decision in Bruce's entire career as Batman, yet it also demonstrated his recognition that the boy possessed natural abilities and deep-seated need for justice that could not be safely ignored or redirected into conventional channels. Alfred's participation in this training program required him to suppress his protective instincts while ensuring that appropriate safety measures were implemented to minimize risks that could never be entirely eliminated. The costume design and equipment preparation that Alfred oversaw for Robin's debut required adaptation of Batman's technological resources to accommodate someone whose smaller size and different fighting style demanded specialized approaches to protection and tactical capability. The creation of Robin's distinctive uniform involved not merely aesthetic considerations but careful engineering that provided adequate protection while maintaining the flexibility and lightness necessary for acrobatic combat. Technique. The first missions that Dick undertook as Robin tested every aspect of Alfred's ability to provide medical support and logistical coordination for two active crime fighters, whose different approaches and capabilities required constant monitoring and adjustment of standard procedures. The addition of a partner to Batman's activities multiplied the complexity of every operation, while also introducing variables that could not be fully anticipated or controlled through advanced planning. The relationship dynamics that developed between Bruce and Dick created new challenges for Alfred's role as family mediator and counselor, requiring him to balance his loyalty to Bruce with his responsibility to protect Dick's welfare when conflicts arose between mentor and student regarding appropriate risk levels and tactical decisions. The tension between Batman's willingness to sacrifice everything for the mission and Robin's need for guidance and protection created situations that tested Alfred's diplomatic skills and moral judgment. The academic performance that Dick maintained despite his nocturnal crime-fighting activities, required Alfred to coordinate with educational professionals who remained unaware of the true reasons for their students' occasional absences and unusual injuries, creating elaborate cover stories and medical explanations that protected the family's secrets while ensuring that Dick's intellectual development continued without interruption or suspicion. The social relationships that Dick formed with other young people his age presented complex challenges regarding how much normal interaction could be permitted without compromising security or exposing secrets that could endanger everyone involved. Alfred's management of these friendships required constant vigilance and careful coordination to maintain the appearance of normal teenage social life, while protecting against inadvertent disclosure of sensitive information. The arrival of Jason Todd in their lives several years later brought different challenges that tested Alfred's adaptability and forced everyone in the household to confront questions about the ethics and sustainability of involving children in Batman's war against crime. Unlike Dick, whose circus background had provided some preparation for physical danger and unconventional lifestyle, Jason came from Gotham's streets with experiences that had hardened him in ways that made integration into their structured environment more difficult and unpredictable. The anger that characterized Jason's personality and approach to crime fighting created tensions that Dick's more disciplined and optimistic nature had never generated, forcing Alfred to develop new strategies for managing household dynamics, while also providing the individual attention and guidance that each boy required to reach his potential. without compromising the other's development or safety. The contrast between the two young men highlighted different aspects of how trauma could shape personality and choices. The training modifications that Jason's background and temperament required involved not merely adaptation of physical techniques, but fundamental reconsideration of how moral instruction and emotional support could be provided to someone whose life experiences had taught him to view violence and deception as normal responses to conflict and disappointment. Alfred's role in this process required patience and wisdom that drew upon every aspect of his diverse background and experience. The tragic loss that eventually befell Jason during his service as Robin represented Alfred's greatest failure as protector and surrogate parent, a devastating reminder that all his careful planning and dedicated service could not eliminate the fundamental dangers inherent in Batman's mission or guarantee the safety of those who chose to participate in the war against evil. The grief that consumed the entire household following Jason's death tested every relationship and assumption that had sustained them through previous challenges. The period of mourning that followed Jason's loss was marked by Bruce's retreat into even deeper isolation and more reckless behavior that concerned Alfred deeply, while also affecting Dick's relationship with his mentor and surrogate father in ways that threatened to destroy the bonds that had sustained them through years of shared danger and mutual support. The delicate work of rebuilding trust and communication required all of Alfred's diplomatic skills and emotional intelligence. The arrival of Tim Drake as the third Robin occurred under circumstances that differed significantly from his predecessor's recruitment. As Tim approached them with knowledge of their secret identities and carefully reasoned arguments about why Batman needed a partner to maintain effectiveness while avoiding the destructive spiral that Jason's death had initiated. His intellectual approach to the role provided different challenges and opportunities for Alfred's guidance and support. The analytical nature that characterized Tim's personality and crime-fighting methods required Alfred to provide different forms of training and support that emphasized research capabilities and technological expertise rather than the more intuitive and acrobatic approaches that had defined Dick and Jason's contributions to their partnership with Batman. The evolution of the Robin role reflected changing needs and circumstances that demanded constant adaptation. The university preparations that eventually became necessary for Dick as he matured required careful coordination between his ongoing responsibilities as a crime fighter and his need for advanced education that would prepare him for leadership roles that extended beyond his partnership with Batman. Alfred's management of this transition involved not merely logistical planning, but emotional support during a period of significant personal growth and change. The development of Dick's independent identity as Nightwing represented both success and loss for Alfred, demonstrating that his guidance and support had enabled the traumatized circus orphan to grow into a confident and capable young man, while also marking the end of an era in which the original Robin had been central to Wayne Manor's daily life and family dynamics. The relationship between the different generations of young people who had passed through Wayne Manor created complex emotional dynamics that Alfred navigated with characteristic wisdom and discretion, ensuring that each individual felt valued and supported while also maintaining family unity. Despite the inevitable jealousies and conflicts that arose when exceptional young people competed for attention and approval from shared parental figures, the female perspectives that eventually entered their lives through Barbara Gordon and later Cassandra Cain added dimensions to family relationships that enriched everyone's understanding, while also creating new challenges regarding appropriate boundaries and protective responsibilities. Alfred's adaptation to these changing dynamics reflected his recognition that family structures could evolve while maintaining essential bonds of love and mutual support. The medical expertise that Alfred provided to multiple crime fighters with different fighting styles and risk tolerance levels required constant updating of his knowledge and capabilities, ensuring that he could provide appropriate care for injuries, ranging from minor bruises and cuts to life-threatening trauma that required immediate and sophisticated intervention. His makeshift medical facility in the cave became as important as any technological resource in maintaining operational effectiveness. The educational philosophy that Alfred developed through years of guiding young people with exceptional abilities and traumatic backgrounds emphasized moral development as much as practical skills, recognizing that power without wisdom was dangerous, while knowledge without compassion was ultimately destructive. His approach to instruction combined high expectations with unconditional support that enabled each individual to reach their potential while maintaining ethical standards. The holiday traditions that Alfred established for their unconventional family provided stability and continuity that helped normalize relationships despite the unusual circumstances that brought them together and sustained their bonds through periods of danger and uncertainty. These celebrations became anchors of shared experience that transcended the formal structure of their crime-fighting partnership to create genuine family connections. The legacy planning that Alfred began during this period reflected his recognition that the young people he was helping to raise would eventually inherit not merely Bruce's mission, but responsibility for determining how that mission would evolve to address changing circumstances and emerging threats. His role as educator and moral guide extended beyond immediate practical concerns to encompass preparation for leadership that might be required decades in the future. The psychological support that Alfred provided during periods of loss, disappointment, and moral conflict required him to serve simultaneously as counselor, confessor, and surrogate parent, while maintaining appropriate boundaries and respect for each individual's autonomy and decision-making authority. The balance between guidance and independence was constantly adjusted based on circumstances and individual needs that changed as the young people matured and developed their own approaches to justice and service. The pride that Alfred felt in watching traumatized children grow into confident and capable young adults who dedicated themselves to protecting others represented perhaps the greatest satisfaction of his long career in service, demonstrating that love and guidance could triumph over the most devastating circumstances when applied with patience, wisdom, and unwavering commitment to the welfare of those entrusted to his care. In the vast expanse of Wayne Manor, where 37 rooms held within their walls the accumulated history of generations who had sought to use wealth as an instrument of justice rather than mere comfort, there moved a figure whose daily orchestrations transformed the grand estate from simple monument to privilege into the operational headquarters for humanity's most ambitious experiment in private law enforcement. Alfred Thaddeus Crane Pennyworth had evolved far beyond his original role as household manager to become something approaching the chief of staff for an organization that operated simultaneously in the worlds of high society and violent crime, requiring capabilities that no traditional domestic service had ever demanded or developed. The morning routines that Alfred established for Wayne Manor during these years of expanded operations began before dawn with systematic review of overnight intelligence reports that filtered in through encrypted channels from sources ranging from honest police officers to reformed criminals who provided information about underworld activities in exchange for protection and consideration. The coordination of this intelligence network required diplomatic skills that balanced respect for legitimate authority with recognition that extraordinary circumstances sometimes demanded extraordinary responses to threats that conventional law enforcement could not adequately address. The breakfast preparations that occupied the earliest hours of each day served multiple purposes beyond simple nutrition, providing opportunities for private consultation between Bruce Wayne and his various protégés, while also creating appearance of normal family routine that could be observed by household staff and occasional visitors without raising suspicions about the nocturnal activities that consumed most of their energy and attention. The careful coordination of schedules ensured that these gatherings appeared spontaneous, while actually serving essential communication and planning functions. The media monitoring that consumed substantial portions of Alfred's attention involved tracking not merely local news coverage of Batman's activities, but international developments that might affect Gotham's criminal organizations or create opportunities for proactive intervention in situations that had not yet escalated to crisis levels. His understanding of how information flow shaped public perception enabled him to coordinate Bruce Wayne's charitable activities and social appearances in ways that supported rather than conflicted with Batman's crime-fighting objectives. The financial management responsibilities that Alfred had assumed over the years encompassed not merely household budgeting but oversight of the complex trust funds and shell corporations that funded Batman's technological resources, while maintaining absolute secrecy about the sources and applications of expenditures that would have raised uncomfortable questions from regulatory agencies or criminal organizations seeking to identify Batman's true identity through analysis of unusual purchasing patterns. The staff coordination that Alfred provided for Wayne Manor's legitimate operations required careful management of cleaning services, maintenance crews, and security personnel who performed their duties without awareness of the facility's secondary functions, ensuring that routine household activities proceeded smoothly while protecting against inadvertent discovery of equipment and installations that could compromise the entire operation if their true purpose became known to unauthorized individuals. The technology management that had become increasingly central to Alfred's responsibilities involved coordination with cutting-edge research and development firms that provided specialized equipment and services without full knowledge of how their contributions would be employed, creating networks of suppliers and contractors whose individual expertise could be leveraged while maintaining compartmentalized security that prevented any single source from understanding the complete scope of Batman's capabilities. The vehicle maintenance that Alfred oversaw encompassed not merely the conventional automobiles that supported Bruce Wayne's public activities, but the specialized craft that enabled Batman's rapid response to emergencies across Gotham's diverse terrain and architectural environments. The engineering challenges involved in keeping these machines operational while maintaining their secret existence required constant coordination with suppliers and technicians who possessed appropriate expertise without security clearance. The communication systems that Alfred operated from Wayne Manor's concealed control centers enabled real-time coordination between multiple active crime fighters while also maintaining connections with law enforcement agencies, emergency services, and civilian informants whose cooperation was essential for effective intervention in criminal activities that threatened public safety. The complexity of these networks required constant updating and security maintenance that pushed the boundaries of available technology. The diplomatic functions that Alfred increasingly performed on Bruce Wayne's behalf involved representing family interests in negotiations with corporate partners, charitable organizations, and government agencies whose cooperation was necessary for maintaining the public persona that protected Batman's secret identity while also advancing social causes that reflected the Wayne family's traditional commitment to community service and progressive reform. The security protocols that Alfred implemented for Wayne Manor encompassed multiple layers of protection designed to defend against threats ranging from conventional burglary to sophisticated espionage operations mounted by criminal organizations or foreign governments that might seek to exploit the Wayne family's prominence and resources for their own purposes. The balance between accessibility and protection required constant adjustment based on changing threat assessments and operational requirements. The guest management that Alfred provided during Wayne Manor's various social functions required careful screening and monitoring of attendees while maintaining an atmosphere of elegant hospitality that made everyone feel welcome, regardless of their social position or potential security implications. These events served multiple purposes beyond entertainment, providing opportunities for intelligence gathering and relationship building that supported both Bruce Wayne's charitable work and Batman's crime-fighting activities. The medical facility that Alfred had established in Wayne Manor's lower levels represented perhaps his most crucial contribution to the operation, providing emergency care capabilities that enabled Batman and his associates to survive encounters that would have killed or permanently disabled conventional crime fighters. The sophisticated equipment and pharmaceutical supplies maintained in this facility required constant updating and careful acquisition through channels that would not attract unwanted attention from regulatory agencies. The training coordination that Alfred provided for the various young people who had joined their extended family involved not merely physical conditioning and combat instruction, but educational programs that prepared them for leadership, roles that might eventually extend far beyond their current responsibilities as crime fighters. The balance between practical skill development and moral instruction required careful attention to individual needs and capabilities, while maintaining common standards of excellence and ethical behavior. The research support that Alfred provided for Batman's investigations encompassed everything from academic databases and historical archives to criminal records and forensic analysis that enabled proactive identification of threats and systematic dismantling of criminal enterprises through intelligence-driven operations, rather than reactive responses to crimes already committed. The analytical capabilities required for this work drew upon every aspect of his diverse background and continuing education. The psychological counseling that Alfred provided during periods of stress and moral conflict required him to serve simultaneously as confessor, advisor, and surrogate parent while maintaining appropriate boundaries and respect for each individual's autonomy and decision-making authority. The emotional demands of crime fighting created ongoing challenges that required professional-level, therapeutic intervention disguised as informal conversation and family support. The public relations management that Alfred coordinated between Bruce Wayne's daytime activities and Batman's nocturnal operations required careful attention to scheduling, media coverage, and social expectations that could create conflicts or contradictions if not handled with perfect precision. The maintenance of dual identities demanded constant vigilance against inadvertent disclosure through seemingly innocent mistakes or oversights. The emergency response procedures that Alfred had developed for Wayne Manor encompassed everything from medical crises and equipment failures to security breaches and natural disasters that could threaten lives and compromise operational security. The comprehensive nature of these protocols reflected his military understanding of how proper preparation could mean the difference between manageable difficulties and catastrophic failures. The Justice League liaison functions that Alfred increasingly performed as Batman's partnership with other heroes expanded required diplomatic skills and security awareness that enabled coordination of activities involving individuals whose capabilities and methods differed dramatically from their own while maintaining essential operational security and preserving relationships that were crucial for addressing threats that exceeded any single hero's ability to handle alone. The legal support that Alfred coordinated for situations involving arrest, prosecution, and civil liability required careful management of attorneys and legal experts who could provide representation and advice without full knowledge of their clients' extracurricular activities. The compartmentalization of legal services protected against inadvertent disclosure while ensuring adequate representation when circumstances required formal legal intervention. The historical documentation that Alfred maintained regarding Batman's activities served multiple purposes beyond simple record-keeping, providing analytical data that could identify patterns in criminal behavior while also preserving information that might prove valuable for future operations or training programs. The systematic nature of this documentation reflected his understanding that knowledge was most valuable when it was properly organized and easily accessible. The supply chain management that Alfred oversaw for their specialized equipment and materials required coordination with manufacturers, distributors, and service providers around the world while maintaining absolute security regarding the ultimate applications of their purchases. The logistics challenges involved in acquiring and maintaining their technological resources without attracting unwanted attention demanded constant creativity and careful planning. The household budget administration that Alfred managed encompassed not merely routine expenses but the enormous costs associated with maintaining their crime-fighting capabilities while also supporting Bruce Wayne's charitable activities and social obligations. The financial complexity of these operations required expertise in accounting, investment management, and tax planning that went far beyond conventional household administration. The staff development programs that Alfred implemented for Wayne Manor's legitimate employees ensured loyalty and discretion, while also providing career advancement opportunities that reduced turnover and maintained institutional knowledge that was valuable for operational continuity. The balance between employee welfare and security requirements demanded constant attention and occasional difficult decisions regarding personnel changes. The cultural liaison work that Alfred performed for the Wayne family's international activities required understanding of diplomatic protocols and social customs that enabled effective representation of family interests in contexts ranging from business negotiations to charitable initiatives that operated across national boundaries. His linguistic abilities and cultural knowledge proved invaluable for maintaining relationships that supported both legitimate and covert activities. The inventory management that Alfred maintained for their extensive equipment and supply collections required systematic tracking of everything from medical supplies and vehicle parts to specialized electronics and weapons systems whose supply collections availability could mean the difference between mission success and catastrophic failure during emergency situations. The organizational challenges involved in managing these resources efficiently while maintaining security were enormous. The threat assessment functions that Alfred performed involved constant monitoring of intelligence regarding criminal organizations, terrorist groups, and other entities whose activities might pose risks to Gotham or the broader region. His analytical capabilities enabled early identification of emerging threats, while his network of contacts provided access to information that was not available through conventional channels. The education coordination that Alfred provided for family members whose academic and professional development continued despite their crime-fighting responsibilities required careful scheduling and resource allocation that balanced learning opportunities with operational demands. The long-term perspective that guided these decisions reflected his understanding that their mission would require sustained effort across decades rather than short-term intervention. The The memorial services that Alfred organized for fallen comrades and innocent victims whose deaths had occurred during their operations required sensitivity and discretion that honored the deceased while protecting operational security and providing emotional support for survivors whose grief was compounded by inability to share their loss with others who had not been part of their extended family of crime fighters. The retirement planning that Alfred had begun for his own eventual succession reflected his recognition that age and physical limitations would eventually require transition of his responsibilities to others who could maintain continuity of operations while adapting to changing circumstances and emerging challenges that he might not live to see. The difficulty of identifying and training appropriate successors for such unique responsibilities remained an ongoing concern that influenced many of his decisions regarding resource allocation and strategic planning. The legacy preservation work that occupied increasing portions of Alfred's attention involved ensuring that the values and methods that had guided their family's approach to crime fighting would survive transitions in leadership, while adapting to technological and social changes that would inevitably affect how future generations addressed the eternal struggle between justice and chaos that defined their mission and gave meaning to their sacrifices. In the realm of comic book mythology, where death serves as dramatic punctuation rather than final conclusion and resurrection becomes as common as seasonal change, there exists no more poignant chronicle of mortality's temporary victory and love's ultimate triumph than the various tales of Alfred Thaddeus Crane Pennyworth's encounters with forces that sought to separate him permanently from the family he had sworn to serve until his final breath. These stories, scattered across decades of publication and multiple continuities, reveal not merely the fragility of human existence, but the profound impact that one person's dedication can have upon those whose lives intersect with genuine selflessness made manifest through daily acts of service and sacrifice. The earliest recorded death of Alfred Pennyworth occurred during an era when comic book storytelling operated according to different conventions regarding character, permanence, and narrative consequences. Yet even within those constraints, the decision to eliminate Batman's most trusted ally represented recognition of how essential he had become to the emotional architecture that supported the Dark Knight's mission. The circumstances that led to this initial demise involved Alfred's sacrifice to save Batman and Robin from a falling boulder during one of their routine investigations, a death that epitomized the selfless courage that had always characterized his approach to protecting those he served. The transformation that followed Alfred's apparent death revealed dimensions of comic book mythology that transcended simple adventure storytelling to explore themes of identity, memory, and the price that could be extracted from those who dedicated their lives to serving others. The mysterious serum that brought Alfred back from the brink of death also changed him into something called the Outsider, a being whose enhanced abilities came at the cost of his essential humanity and his connection to the relationships that had given his existence meaning and purpose. The outsider that emerged from Alfred's resurrection was simultaneously more and less than the man who had died protecting his adopted family, possessing supernatural capabilities that enabled him to manipulate matter and energy in ways that defied natural law while losing access to the emotional connections and moral clarity that had made Alfred's service valuable beyond mere efficiency or capability. This transformation served as cautionary tale about the relationship between power and identity, demonstrating how enhancement could become diminishment when it severed the bonds that connected individual existence to larger purposes and relationships. The psychological torment that characterized the outsider's existence reflected the fundamental tragedy of being trapped between human memory and inhuman capability, retaining fragments of Alfred's personality and attachments while being unable to express them through the relationships and activities that had previously provided satisfaction and meaning. The entity that had been created from Alfred's death possessed knowledge of love without the ability to experience it, understanding of service without capacity for genuine dedication, awareness of loss without access to the grief that might have provided pathway to healing. The eventual restoration of Alfred's true identity required intervention that addressed not merely the physical effects of his transformation, but the spiritual dimensions of his alienation from everything that had made his life worth living. The process of returning him to his essential self involved more than reversing the serum's effects. It demanded reconstruction of the psychological and emotional foundations that connected him to his purpose and enabled him to find fulfillment through dedication to others' welfare rather than pursuit of personal power or recognition. The amnesia that accompanied Alfred's restoration to human form represented both blessing and curse, protecting him from memories of his time as the outsider, while also creating gaps in his understanding of events that had occurred during his absence from normal consciousness. The family that welcomed him back had been changed by their experience of loss and the complicated emotions that accompanied his return in altered form, requiring delicate reconstruction of relationships that had been damaged by trauma and transformation. The second major encounter with death that marked Alfred's comic book existence occurred within the darker timeline of Injustice, where Superman's transformation from protector to dictator created moral landscape in which traditional heroes became enemies and conventional loyalties were tested by circumstances that revealed the fragility of the values that had seemed unshakable during more innocent times. In this alternate reality, Alfred's death served not as accident or noble sacrifice, but as calculated murder designed to break Batman's spirit and demonstrate the futility of resistance to Superman's authoritarian rule. The brutality that characterized Alfred's murder in the Injustice timeline reflected the complete corruption of everything that Superman had once represented, transforming the alien savior who had inspired hope across the galaxy into something that demanded fear and submission from those who had once been his allies and partners in the pursuit of justice. The decision to eliminate Alfred was motivated not by strategic necessity, but by psychological warfare, an attempt to destroy Batman's capacity for continued resistance by removing the emotional anchor that had sustained him through decades of trauma and loss. The impact of Alfred's death upon Batman's psychological state in this timeline demonstrated the fundamental role that the loyal butler had played, not merely as logistical support, but as moral compass and emotional stabilizer, whose presence had enabled Bruce Wayne to maintain connection to his humanity despite the dehumanizing effects of his war against crime. Without Alfred's guidance and unconditional support, Batman's methods became more extreme, while his capacity for hope and redemption withered under the weight of grief that could not be channeled into constructive purposes. The resurrection that eventually occurred through Damian Wayne's use of Lazarus Pit technology provided opportunity for Alfred's return to life, while also creating new complications regarding identity and continuity that reflected the complex relationship between death and renewal in comic book mythology. The Alfred who returned from death carried with him memories of his murder and the betrayal that had led to his destruction, yet he also retained the fundamental characteristics that had made him valuable as advisor and protector throughout his previous existence. The most devastating encounter with mortality that Alfred experienced occurred during Tom King's acclaimed run on Batman, where Bane's calculated murder of the Wayne family's devoted servant represented perhaps the most psychologically sophisticated attack ever launched against the Dark Knight's operational effectiveness and emotional stability, unlike previous deaths that had occurred through accident or circumstance. This elimination was designed specifically to demonstrate Batman's inability to protect those he loved most, while also removing the support system that had enabled his continued function despite accumulating trauma and loss. The planning that preceded Alfred's murder in this storyline revealed Bane's evolution from simple physical threat to psychological warfare specialist, who understood that Batman's greatest vulnerabilities lay not in his body, but in his relationships and the emotional connections that provided meaning and motivation for his endless crusade against crime. The decision to target Alfred was based on careful analysis of Batman's support network and recognition that removing its most essential component would create cascading failures throughout the entire operation. The execution of Alfred's murder was characterized by cold calculation that maximized psychological impact, while demonstrating the futility of all protective measures that Batman had implemented to safeguard those he cared about most. The butler's death occurred within Wayne Manor itself, violating the sanctuary that had been considered inviolate, while also revealing that even the most sophisticated security systems could not protect against enemies who possessed sufficient patience and strategic intelligence to identify and exploit systemic weaknesses. The aftermath of Alfred's death in this timeline created psychological devastation that extended far beyond Batman's personal grief to encompass the entire extended family of crime fighters who had depended upon Alfred's presence as stabilizing force that enabled them to function effectively despite the traumatic nature of their chosen profession. The loss reverberated through every aspect of their operations, from routine logistical support to emergency medical care that had enabled them to survive encounters that would have been fatal without Alfred's expertise and dedication. The funeral that followed Alfred's murder provided opportunity for reflection upon the magnitude of what had been lost and recognition that no replacement could adequately fill the void created by his absence. The gathering of heroes and allies who had benefited from Alfred's service over the decades demonstrated the extraordinary reach of his influence, while also highlighting the impossibility of finding someone with comparable combination of skills, experience, and character that had made him irreplaceable. The investigation that Batman launched into Alfred's murder revealed the depth of planning and coordination that had been required to breach Wayne Manor's security, while also demonstrating how grief could corrupt judgment and lead to tactical errors that might have been avoided if emotional stability had not been compromised by loss. The pursuit of vengeance became obsession that threatened to destroy everything that Alfred had worked to build and protect throughout his years of faithful service. The psychological manipulation that Bane employed in the aftermath of Alfred's murder included attempts to resurrect the butler through supernatural means that would have created mockery of everything he had represented during his lifetime. The offer of restoration through dark magic represented ultimate insult to Alfred's memory, while also testing Batman's commitment to the principles that Alfred had helped instill and maintain throughout their partnership. The refusal to accept false resurrection demonstrated Batman's eventual recognition that Alfred's true legacy lay not in his physical presence but in the values and methods he had transmitted to those he had guided and protected over the years. The decision to honor Alfred's memory through continued commitment to justice rather than pursuit of impossible restoration reflected growth that might not have occurred without the catalyst of irreplaceable loss. The various alternate timeline resurrections that occurred in different comic book continuities provided opportunities to explore how Alfred's return might affect relationships and dynamics that had been forever changed by experience of his loss. These stories demonstrated that death's impact extended beyond simple absence to encompass fundamental alterations in how survivors understood themselves and their responsibilities to each other and to the mission they shared. The question of permanence that surrounded Alfred's various deaths reflected broader themes in comic book storytelling about the relationship between mortality and meaning, about whether significance required finality, or could be maintained through cyclical renewal and transformation. The butler's multiple encounters with death and resurrection served as meditation upon the nature of heroism and sacrifice that transcended simple adventure narratives to explore philosophical questions about identity and continuity. The impact upon readers of Alfred's deaths and resurrections demonstrated the extraordinary emotional investment that audiences had developed in character whose primary function was to serve others rather than seek glory or recognition for himself. The public response to these storylines revealed that Alfred had become more than supporting character, evolving into symbol of devotion and selflessness that resonated with fundamental human values and aspirations. The legacy planning that Alfred had undertaken in various continuities reflected his understanding that his service was not merely personal relationship, but institutional responsibility that required preparation for succession and continuity, regardless of what circumstances might interrupt his ability to fulfill his duties. The careful documentation and training programs he had established served as insurance against the catastrophic operational disruptions that his death might otherwise have caused. The memorialization efforts that followed Alfred's deaths in different timelines revealed the breadth of his influence and the depth of respect he had earned from individuals whose lives he had touched through his quiet dedication and consistent excellence. The tributes that poured in from heroes, villains, and ordinary citizens alike demonstrated that his impact had extended far beyond the Wayne family to encompass entire communities that had benefited from his service. The theological questions that Alfred's resurrections raised about the nature of identity and consciousness reflected broader cultural anxieties about technology and mortality that found expression through comic book narratives, exploring what it meant to be human in an age when death itself might become negotiable rather than final. These stories used Alfred's experiences to examine whether continuity of memory and personality was sufficient to maintain individual identity across death and resurrection. The family dynamics that were tested by Alfred's deaths and returns revealed how trauma could both strengthen and strain relationships, while also demonstrating the resilience of bonds that were based upon genuine love and shared commitment to purposes that transcended individual survival. The Wayne family's various responses to Alfred's mortality provided insight into how different personalities processed grief and adapted to loss while maintaining functional cooperation despite emotional devastation. The moral implications of resurrection technology that played role in several of Alfred's returns to life raised questions about the ethics of reversing death, when such intervention might violate natural order or create obligations and consequences that extended beyond simple restoration of life. These storylines explored whether the desire to undo loss could justify methods that might have broader implications for the nature of existence and the meaning of mortality. The villain motivations that led to Alfred's various murders revealed how thoroughly enemies had come to understand his central role in maintaining Batman's operational effectiveness and psychological stability, demonstrating that targeting support systems could be more devastating than direct assault upon heroes themselves. The strategic thinking that informed these attacks showed evolution in criminal tactics that recognized the importance of disrupting infrastructure rather than simply overpowering opponents. The heroic responses that followed Alfred's deaths demonstrated how loss could serve as catalyst for growth and renewed commitment to the values that the deceased had embodied and championed throughout their service. The Wayne family's various approaches to honoring Alfred's memory revealed different aspects of his influence, while also showing how grief could be transformed into motivation for continued dedication to justice and protection of the innocent. The ultimate meaning that emerged from Alfred's encounters with mortality transcended the specific circumstances of individual deaths to encompass broader themes about the relationship between service and immortality, between humility and heroism, between the temporary nature of physical existence and the permanent impact of lives dedicated to purposes greater than personal survival or advancement. In the annals of heroism, where legends are forged through acts of courage that echo across generations and monuments are built to commemorate those whose sacrifices made civilization possible, there exists a more subtle form of immortality that belongs not to those who seek glory, but to those whose influence flows like underground rivers through the lives of everyone they touch, shaping character and inspiring dedication long after their physical presence has departed from the world. Alfred Thaddeus Crane Pennyworth achieved this deeper form of permanence, not through dramatic gestures or public recognition, but through the accumulated impact of countless small acts of service, wisdom, and love that transformed everyone who encountered his example of what human dedication could accomplish when it was guided by principles that transcended self-interest. The influence that Alfred exerted upon Dick Grayson during the young man's transformation from traumatized circus orphan to confident leader extended far beyond the practical skills and tactical knowledge that enabled his effectiveness as Robin and later as Nightwing. The deeper legacy lay in the moral framework that Alfred helped construct through patient example and gentle guidance, demonstrating how strength could be expressed through protection rather than domination, how intelligence could serve compassion rather than ambition, how personal trauma could be transformed into motivation for preventing others from experiencing similar pain and loss. The lessons that Dick absorbed during his years under Alfred's care were transmitted not through formal instruction, but through observation of how a truly noble person conducted himself during both routine daily activities and crisis, situations that tested every aspect of character and capability. Alfred's consistent demonstration of grace under pressure, dignity in the face of disrespect, and unwavering commitment to those he served provided a template for leadership that would guide Dick throughout his career as he assumed increasing responsibility for protecting others and mentoring younger heroes who needed the same patient guidance he had received. The relationship between Alfred and Jason Todd revealed different dimensions of the butler's influence, as his attempts to provide stability and moral guidance to a young man whose street experiences had taught him that survival required mistrust and aggression, demonstrated the limits of what love alone could accomplish when it encountered damage that ran too deep for conventional healing. Yet even in this apparent failure, Alfred's impact was profound, as his refusal to abandon hope for Jason's redemption and his consistent treatment of the angry young man as worthy of respect and care planted seeds that would eventually bloom in ways that no one could have anticipated. The unconditional acceptance that Alfred offered to Jason during his brief time as Robin provided the traumatized street youth with perhaps the first experience of genuine family relationships he had ever known, creating foundation of trust that would survive death itself and influence Jason's eventual return as someone who, despite his more violent methods, remained committed to protecting innocence and pursuing justice according to principles that reflected Alfred's teaching rather than the harsh lessons of Gotham's streets. The mentorship that Alfred provided to Tim Drake represented perhaps his most intellectually sophisticated relationship with any of the young heroes who passed through Wayne Manor, as Tim's analytical nature and strategic thinking created opportunities for discussions about the theoretical foundations of justice and the ethical implications of vigilante activities that went far beyond practical considerations of tactics and technique. These conversations helped shape Tim's approach to crime fighting as a calling that required not merely physical capability, but moral clarity and intellectual rigor. The example of methodical excellence that Alfred demonstrated in every aspect of his service provided Tim with understanding of how dedication to perfectionism in small matters could create reliability and effectiveness that proved crucial during large-scale emergencies when lives depended upon flawless execution of complex plans. The attention to detail that characterized Alfred's approach to household management became template for Tim's later development as strategist and coordinator, whose ability to anticipate problems and prepare contingencies made him invaluable as leader and support team member. The nurturing that Alfred provided to Cassandra Cain during her integration into their unconventional family demonstrated his ability to adapt his teaching methods to accommodate someone whose background and capabilities differed radically from those of his previous charges, showing that genuine care could transcend barriers of language and cultural difference to create bonds based upon mutual respect and shared commitment to protecting those who could not protect themselves. The patience that Alfred displayed while helping Cassandra develop communication skills and social understanding revealed depths of compassion that extended beyond mere professional competence to encompass genuine investment in her growth as complete human being rather than simply effective weapon against crime. His recognition of her essential goodness despite her violent past provided her with foundation of self-worth that enabled her eventual development into confident leader who could inspire others through her example of redemption and transformation. The guidance that Alfred offered to Damian Wayne required perhaps the greatest diplomatic skill of his entire career, as the young man's combination of natural arrogance, lethal training, and legitimate claim to Wayne family heritage created challenges that tested every aspect of Alfred's ability to balance respect for individual autonomy with recognition of the need for moral education and character development that could channel dangerous capabilities toward constructive purposes. The relationship between Alfred and Damian revealed how the butler's influence operated not through force or manipulation, but through consistent demonstration of alternative approaches to conflict resolution and personal interaction that gradually revealed their superiority to the harsh methods that had characterized Damian's early education. The transformation of a potential sociopath into someone capable of genuine friendship and self-sacrifice represented perhaps Alfred's greatest achievement in the field of character development and moral rehabilitation. The impact that Alfred had upon Barbara Gordon during her development as Batgirl and later as Oracle demonstrated how his influence extended beyond the immediate Wayne family to encompass everyone who became part of their extended network of crime fighters and allies. His treatment of her as valued family member, rather than mere colleague, created sense of belonging that sustained her through periods of tragedy and recovery, while also providing her with example of how service could be both personally fulfilling and socially valuable. The technological expertise that Alfred developed in response to Barbara's needs as Oracle provided her with infrastructure and support that enabled her evolution from individual crime fighter to coordinator and information specialist, whose capabilities enhanced the effectiveness of heroes around the world. His willingness to adapt and learn new skills in service of her mission demonstrated that true dedication required constant growth and development rather than mere repetition of established patterns. The mentorship that Alfred provided to Stephanie Brown during her brief tenure as Robin and later as Batgirl revealed his ability to offer encouragement and guidance even to those whose association with the Wayne family was temporary or unofficial, showing that his influence was not restricted by formal relationships or official status, but extended to anyone who demonstrated genuine commitment to justice and protection of innocence. The confidence that Alfred helped build in Stephanie through his consistent support and belief in her potential enabled her to overcome self-doubt and family dysfunction that might otherwise have prevented her from reaching her full potential as hero and leader. His example of how service could dignify, rather than diminish those who chose it, provided her with understanding of how her own contributions could matter, regardless of how others might perceive or value them. The influence that Alfred exerted upon Bruce Wayne himself continued to evolve and deepen throughout their partnership, as the butler's consistent example of moral clarity and emotional stability provided counterbalance to the obsessive intensity that might otherwise have consumed Batman's humanity entirely. The gentle guidance that Alfred offered during moments of crisis and decision helped prevent Bruce's transformation into the very type of authoritarian figure that his mission was designed to oppose. The wisdom that Alfred shared through decades of patient observation and careful counsel helped Bruce understand that the ultimate goal of his crusade was not victory over crime, which could never be permanently achieved, but the creation of conditions that would enable others to choose good over evil and justice over personal advantage. This perspective prevented Batman's mission from becoming purely destructive and ensured that it remained focused on building rather than merely tearing down the structures that shaped society. The relationship between Alfred and Superman revealed how the butler's influence extended beyond Gotham to encompass the broader superhero community, as his example of selfless service and moral consistency provided the last son of Krypton with understanding of how power could be exercised in service of principles rather than personal interests. The mutual respect that developed between them demonstrated how shared values could create bonds that transcended differences in background and capability. The diplomatic skills that Alfred displayed during Justice League meetings and other gatherings of heroes provided valuable lessons in how conflicts could be resolved through patient negotiation and mutual understanding rather than force or intimidation. His ability to find common ground between individuals with vastly different personalities and approaches to heroism made him invaluable as mediator and counselor, whose advice was sought by heroes throughout the universe. The impact that Alfred had upon Wonder Woman during her interactions with the Wayne family demonstrated how his example of service without subservience could inspire even those who had been raised in cultures that might not fully appreciate the dignity and nobility that could be found in choosing to dedicate one's life to supporting others' achievements rather than seeking personal glory or recognition. The understanding of duty and sacrifice that Alfred embodied provided Diana with perspective on how her own mission as ambassador and protector could be enhanced through attention to the needs of individuals rather than focusing solely on large-scale conflicts and political considerations. His example of how small acts of kindness could have profound cumulative effects influenced her approach to diplomacy and community building throughout her career. The mentorship that Alfred provided to various members of the Teen Titans and other young hero teams demonstrated how his influence could be transmitted through those he had directly guided to new generations of crime fighters who had never met him personally, but benefited from the wisdom and principles that his former charges carried forward into their own leadership roles. The standards of excellence and ethical behavior that Alfred had instilled in Dick, Tim, and the other young heroes who had lived under his care became part of the culture and expectations that defined how these teams operated, creating environments where personal growth and moral development were valued as highly as tactical effectiveness and mission success. The civilian relationships that Alfred maintained throughout his career provided him with perspective on how the Wayne family's activities affected the broader community, while also demonstrating to those he served that heroism required understanding of and connection to the people whose lives were being protected rather than abstract commitment to justice as philosophical principle. The charitable work that Alfred coordinated on behalf of the Wayne family created networks of support and assistance that addressed root causes of crime and social dysfunction, while also providing opportunities for community members to participate in positive change rather than simply being passive recipients of protection from crime-fighting activities. The educational initiatives that Alfred supported throughout Gotham reflected his understanding that lasting change required investment in human development and capability building rather than merely reactive responses to problems after they had already manifested as criminal activity or social unrest. His influence on these programs ensured that they emphasized character development and ethical reasoning alongside practical skills and academic knowledge. The cultural institutions that benefited from Alfred's guidance and support became venues for community building and positive social interaction that provided alternatives to the despair and alienation that criminal organizations exploited to recruit new members. His appreciation for arts and literature informed programming that enriched lives and expanded horizons for thousands of people who might otherwise have had limited exposure to transformative cultural experiences. The medical and emergency response capabilities that Alfred had developed for the Wayne family's use were shared with civilian authorities and healthcare providers in ways that improved overall community preparedness and resilience, without compromising operational security or revealing the true extent of their resources and capabilities. The training programs that Alfred established for emergency medical technicians and first responders incorporated techniques and procedures that he had developed through his military service and his experience treating the unique injuries that resulted from superhero activities, improving survival rates and recovery outcomes for ordinary citizens who faced conventional medical emergencies. The philosophical legacy that Alfred left through his example of how service could be both dignifying and fulfilling influenced countless individuals who encountered his story through the testimonies of those he had served and the visible results of his dedication over decades of faithful commitment to purposes larger than personal advancement or recognition. The literature and scholarship that examined Alfred's approach to service and his impact upon those around him provided theoretical framework for understanding how individual choices could create cascading effects that influenced entire communities and institutions, demonstrating that heroism could be expressed through consistency and reliability rather than dramatic gestures or public demonstrations of capability. The memorial foundations that were established to honor Alfred's legacy focused not on preserving his memory as historical curiosity, but on continuing the work he had begun and supporting others who shared his commitment to serving purposes that transcended individual interests and ambitions. These institutions became vehicles for extending his influence across generations and geographic boundaries that would have limited any single person's direct impact. The international recognition that Alfred's example eventually received demonstrated how principles of service and dedication could inspire people from vastly different cultural backgrounds and social contexts, showing that certain aspects of human nobility were universal rather than being limited to specific circumstances or traditions. The ultimate measure of Alfred's eternal vigil lay not in monuments or formal recognition, but in the countless individuals whose lives had been touched by his example and who carried forward his principles into their own relationships and responsibilities, creating expanding networks of influence that would continue growing long after his physical presence had passed from the world, ensuring that his dedication to service and his commitment to the welfare of others would never truly end, but would continue inspiring new generations of heroes whose own sacrifices would honor his memory through their actions rather than their words. In the annals of heroism, where capes billow in midnight winds and legends echo through the halls of justice, perhaps no figure stands more essential yet more humble than Alfred Thaddeus Crane Pennyworth. His was not the strength that could move mountains or the speed that could outrace time itself, yet without his quiet devotion, the Batman could never have become the symbol of hope that illuminated Gotham's darkest corners. In every bandaged wound, every prepared meal, every word of counsel offered in the depths of the Batcave, we find the truest expression of heroism, love made manifest through service, nobility expressed through sacrifice, and greatness achieved not through the seeking of glory, but through the endless giving of oneself to purposes greater than personal desire. Let his story remind us that behind every legend stands someone whose love makes that legend possible, whose faith sustains it through darkness, and whose sacrifice ensures its continuation across generations. Rest now, guardian of dreams, knowing that somewhere in the shadows of your sleep, the spirit of Alfred Pennyworth keeps eternal vigil, proof that the greatest heroes are often those who ask for no recognition, save the knowledge that those they love are safe, protected, and free to become everything their potential promises.